Hello, Riga. How's it going, man? I'm in Romania today. We're at I don't know what the hell the name of this airport is. Somewhere. It's raining though. George something. George Enescu. LR Lima Romeo Bravo Charlie. Bakel. No, it's Bucharest. I could fly. Probably gonna fly to Bucharest. I haven't flown in Eastern Europe on X-Plane at all, so I want to do something different. So let's fly down to Bucharest. Which one do you suggest, Riga? There's two airfields at Bucharest. Do they have one at Brasov? They have no. They just have a VOR at Brasov. They have a VOR and they have an MDB. It does look like they have a little airfield. It's only 610 meters though. Okay, so I guess we'll go to the first one. We need to get these door closed and yeah, I saw all those MDBs. I was like, wow, those are crazy. Let's get the door closed, fuel it up. Move the chocks so we can start our little E1000 here. I don't even have my controllers set up yet. Let me grab those. And so I've been wanting to do this. I've been trying to decide if I want to do ortho tiles for Eastern Europe. Because the Carpathian Mountains probably would look pretty cool with orthos. What don't I have started up here? I have my radios. Let's turn those on. The door is still open. Why is the door open still? There it is. It's not open anymore. So let's make our fuel tank is on. The right engine and right fuel tank. Let's start it up. Let's take the igniter. And she did not start. See, we have left fuel pump is on, right fuel pump is on, stir generator is on, avionics are on, standby alternator. Try again. Yeah, it has a lot of clouds. It's always raining here. It's raining here now. So just give me a second as I try to get this E1000 started. What am I missing? Fuel. The condition lever needs to be set to idle. Excuse me. Now she's gonna hot start. Watch. That's not good. So we just hot start our E1000. I didn't set the condition lever.
Check engine.
So we're at ground idle.
Engine.
And lower the flaps.
Check. Engine. Check. Engine.
The scenery at Bacau, it's, I guess it's pronounced Bacau. I don't know. We really can't see it because it's raining, so it's cloudy. It's what, 8 p.m. there, 2000.
Check.
I
Engine.
don't think we're gonna need this whole entire runway to take off, but let's go ahead and set the condition lever to.
Engine.
It's on ground idle now. That's enough. We can. The door
Check.
seal is
Engine.
because we haven't turned everything else back on yet.
Check.
Let's go ahead. Fuel auto select pusher, autopilot trim, pressurize the cabin.
Check. Engine.
Nav, strobe, and taxi lights are on. We don't need to de-ice. Autopilot's
Check.
good.
Engine.
She'll shut up once we go from ground idle to
Check. Engine.
no idle.
Check.
I've never taken off from
Engine.
this airport, so we're just swinging it around right now. Take off the other
Check.
direction.
Engine.
So just back taxi down this runway. Even though it has a taxi lane over there on the right. Taxiway. So I had considered doing a, like the part one of a European ferry, like starting in the United States and then flying up the coast, east coast of the United States to Canada, and then over to Greenland, then to Iceland, then to the Shetlands, then into Britain in the Eclipse, one of the 550. But I think I'm going to wait until next weekend to do that because I'm going to get a new plane next weekend, and it's not going to be an Aerobas plane. And I hope I don't regret buying this plane, but we'll see. So I'm probably going to save that for next weekend.
Check. Engine. Check.
Spin
Engine.
around here. Line up on the runway.
Check. Engine.
Okay, we're lined up pretty much in the line. Set the condition level to
Check.
full.
Engine.
Everything's good to go. Takes in the green. Take a little E1000 off. I like this little turboprop. Like a lot better than the PC-12. Check the throttles. Oh, get on the runway first. They need to have the engine control up higher where they can see, because now I can't see. Nope, still haven't done it yet. I'm probably going to wait until I get to 200 subscribers and then do it. So yeah, I wish that engine monitoring system was up higher in the cockpit so I could actually see it and not have to worry about running off the runway like I just did. Okay, so we're going to fly direct to Lima Charlie Romeo Victor, I think. Isn't that what you said, Riga? Actually, let's go ahead and set this thing to autopilot since we're... Let's go heading. Turn the autopilot on.
Engage.
We'll climb indicated airspeed mode, not to 36,000 feet though, so let's go to 20,000. So climb indicated airspeed mode and heading mode. Now I can do the autopilot stuff. So let's go to map, flight plan, and we're just going to fly direct to Bucharest. So LCRV. Is that what you said, LCRV? Or is it the other one? LRCV. Sorry, dyslexic. Not really, but LRCV Craiova. Is that what it is? Is that another airport? Because the only two I show are LROP and LRBS. LRBS is the one is. Let's do that one. I don't even know where that runway is. Let's do LRBS. That's it, Bucharest. Okay, we'll do that one then. LRCB. Enter. And direct to, since it still has that stupid bug. We'll set it to the nav. We're just sitting here flying around in circles for some reason. Even though I hit the heading bug. So there. And we need to set this nav. Some nav. Let's see, it should take us an hour and 26 minutes once we get up to. See, why is none of this stuff working? Let's pitch the climate indicator speed mode at 150 knots. Hit that. Set the fly nav mode. Flight director. Roll is set to nav. Pitch is set to indicator speed mode. Okay. That looks better. That looks better. As soon as we get out of the clouds here. So I guarantee you, once we get to 20,000 feet, it's not going to be an hour and 2 minutes. This thing's climbing like a little rocket in it. It's hard to tell if this thing's a turboprop. I was thinking about using the 4K clouds for X-Enviro, but I decided, when I stream, I only get like 30, somewhere between 20 and 30 frames a second when I stream anyways. I don't need to make it even worse. I've been working late every night, so I've not been able to watch Luna's stream. So because Luna got that the 7700K, I have the 6700. I want to see how his, because he has the exact same setup that I do, except for he has the 7700 instead of the 67. So I want to see how much of a difference it is for him. It's a good shot of the Epic E1000 with the turboprop. Some X-Enviro clouds. Yeah, I was going to do this at 2 o'clock, but I was like, nah. I got it started sooner. So I figured we'd fly to Bucharest and then pick up the 550 and fly to where's a good place to fly to from Bucharest? Like south. If I want to go south, like I guess we go to Greece. I guess we go to Thessaly. Well, Thessalonica. Thessaly, I guess is what it's called. I'm trying to just stay in Eastern Europe today. I've not flown it a lot. At all, actually. Sofia? Is that in Hungary? No, Belgrade. It's Belgrade.
Approaching
Sofia
altitude.
is in Serbia, right? You can make me look it up now. I can't remember. Can't remember if Sofia is in. So much I suck at Eastern European geography. Bulgaria? Huh. Yeah, I'll fly to Bulgaria. Like now y'all really make me feel stupid not knowing that Sofia's in Bulgaria. Sorry. Western Europe, yes. Eastern Europe, not too keen. Hey, Flu, what's up, man? I'd like to fly to Prague, like fly out of Prague one day, and fly like down, like bought the Panthera finally. Sweet. Eurovision. I don't even know what Eurovision is. Is that just some kind of cable, like TV, cable TV or something like that? I don't have cable. I have FiOS, which is like fiber optics directly into my house. That's what my internet is. So it's 100 megabytes up, 120 megabytes, well, 120 megabytes per second up, and 100 megabytes per second down. And then I have TV also, but I never even watch my TV. Hoping on a sale for the E1000. Well, I'll let you on a little secret. I'm buying a plane next week that's not even an Aerobas plane, which is going to be the first aircraft I buy for X-Plane 11 that's not specifically Aerobas. So, and it's going to be a business jet. I'm getting tired of waiting on Laminar to release the Citation 10 for X-Plane 11, so I'm going to buy one myself. Look at those clouds, though. Every time I fly now with XEnviro, I appreciate XEnviro a little bit more every time I use it. Not $70 worth though. Nah, I wasn't gonna get the Challenger, man. That Challenger is actually on sale right now on the .org store. I was looking at it this morning. Well, it was. It's their daily deal, I believe. No, not anymore. Now it's the Lancer, the Aerobas Lancer Legacy is the daily deal now. But the Challenger 300 was the daily deal yesterday, I think, or it was 3 hours ago. Yep, that's exactly what I'm gonna get, Rico. Get the Hawker. What is it, the Hawker 4000? I'm just hoping it still has that FMS that it had in X-Plane 10 and not this stupid commercial FMS that's in X-Plane 11. That's the only thing that's worrying me. I've been looking for videos for it for the X-Plane 11 version. I'm hoping that's not that stupid FMS that the airliners use. Let's hang out outside the plane for a little while. I've never looked at all the skins for this, liveries. Yeah, it had a totally custom FMS in X-Plane 10.5. Oh yeah, I watched a video on it. It's pretty awesome. What's the name of this plane? This is the Aerobask Epic E1000. It's turboprop. So I pretty much have what I have 4 planes from Aerobask now. Those are the only third-party planes I have. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping, Rico. I'm hoping it's the same in X-Plane 11. I'm gonna look at it right now and see if it's on, because I'm looking at the xplane.org store right now, looking for my next plane buy. Actually, thinking about getting the Cytec X52s also.
Fuel tank switched.
The BA Jetstream 32 looks pretty cool too. I'm not getting the Fimo because I will never ever buy another Coronado aircraft for X-Plane. I bought it, a couple for X-Plane 10. It's just... Please change this plane. We'll change it once we get to Bucharest. The Embraer, even though I don't like commercial airplanes, the Embraer E175 version 2 looks pretty amazing. Is this by RW Designs too? The E175, the Embraer. Yeah, it's by X Crafts, and looks the FMS looks the same. Hey, G Taffin, what's going on, man? So we took off at Bakou, I guess that's how you pronounce it. And then, why does everybody want me to use fighter jets? If I wanted to fly fighter jets, I'd fly DCS. And I only have one fighter jet, and that's the F4 Phantom, and it's kind of boring to fly. I'm trying to find the Hawker 4000 now. Where are you landing? I'm landing in Bucharest. And then we're going to take the Eclipse 550NG to Sofia in Bulgaria. I'm trying to stay in Eastern Europe today, even though it's cloudy. It still looks amazing. Thanks, Enviro. RDB Designs, there it is. I don't fly commercial airliners. I'm going to start putting that on my streams from now on. I do not fly commercial airliners. See, it doesn't say on the xplane.org store whether it uses the custom FMC that it had in, or FMS that it had in X-Plane 10, or if it's using the default FMS that's in X-Plane. And it's $40, so you know, I'm gonna spend $40 on an aircraft that could be pissed that it has the default FMS that's in the commercial airliner or something. That's the only problem. Hawker. It's a pretty cool looking plane though. It's got the moving map in the cabin. Passenger compartment. So we have 26 minutes until we get to Bucharest, or 20,000 feet. We could go higher, but there's really no need. Take a look outside the plane. No. I don't fly commercial airliners, so I won't buy commercial airliners. And unless it's part of X-Plan 11, I'm not going to buy it. So I fly general aviation aircraft and some business jets. Well, if I buy the Hawker, it's going to be my first business jet that I buy. Since I'm waiting for, tired of waiting for Laminar to release the Citation 10. I've never actually looked in the back of this plane. It's in the back. I need to set my view so I'm actually sitting in the back seat. These don't have screens either, do they? You do know that to change this plane, I have to actually end my flight, and the whole purpose of this is to fly from point A to point B. Torque's only 65% though. We can speed up. How many planes you are? How many planes do I have? I have the 3 commercial airliners that come for it, and then come with it, then the GA aircraft. The igniter can be turned off. Guess those are the Carpathians. It's my cell phone. Where's the airport? The airport is in Bucharest, Romania. That's what we're flying to. And then we're going to take off in the Eclipse 550NG, and we'll fly that to Sofia in Bulgaria. And then we might take the Panthera somewhere, or the Victory. Aerobas hasn't said what plane they're going to release next, and they don't have it on their site. Maybe I'll have to ask them. I still want to get the Viper jet too. Hey Monkey, what's going on, dude? looks like the wind's changed on us. I just closed Sky Vector. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, there's Sophia. Oh wow, Sophia's a short hop from Bucharest. Oh, not from Bucharest, but Craiova. These are, this is X-Enviro. So if I turn X-Enviro off, you can get the default clouds. I assume. I guess they're going to load. We'll make them load though. So I go in here and turn. Let's match real world conditions. Because X-Enviro is showing clouds, and this isn't. So this would be with the X-Plane 11 clouds. There's a difference. These are the X-Plane 11 clouds. And honestly, they've gotten a little better, it looks like. Keep in mind I'm using RC2 of X-Plane 11.01, the RC2 beta, so getting a little better. We'll turn X-Enviro back on though. And let it load the weather. There we go. So it's slowly going to build in the weather. So you'll see it slowly come in. Or maybe not. Let's just update the weather again. Done. Apply changes. And I guess it'll load it in whenever it wants to. I have X-Enviro set to update the weather every 5 minutes, I think. Let's look. Yep, weather update interval in every 5 minutes. So it already looks like it's starting to build. Yep, starting to build up the clouds. Is the Tornado free, Black Knight? Is that a free download from the .org? Or do you have to purchase that one? Yeah, I told him earlier, Black Knight, if I was going to fly a fighter aircraft, I'd fly a DCS. Because I have that as well. So we only have 15 minutes. We'll land in Bucharest, well, Craiova, whatever, however you pronounce it. I'm not going to try to butcher the name. It's Craiova. Then we'll take off from Craiova in the 550NG and we'll fly to Sofia in Bulgaria. And from there we can fly to I don't know. We can go into northern Greece. Land in Thessaly. Where's Pristina? Pristina? Is that in? Because that looks cool because it's in the mountains. And it's got mountains all right. You land in it. Where is that place? I'm gonna look it up now. Oh, it's in Kosovo. Because that's not that far from Sofia. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'd pay for a fighter aircraft unless it was in DCS. And then again, I don't really fly DCS. Like I have all these air combat simulators, and I really don't even fly them. I have DCS, I have L2 close to Dover, Stalingrad. I don't ever play them. I think I was laughing about that last time in my last stream. I have 127 games on Steam, and I don't play but 4 of them. So on a regular basis. Not a bad speed for a little turboprop. Doing 330 knots ground speed, 250 knots indicated, 338 true. So. So I'm going to go ahead and begin our descent. Hopefully there's some mountains I'm going to run into. We'll find out in a second though. So we're flying into...
Fuel tank switched.
Corova. And as with the rest of Europe, it's near impossible to find approach plates for this stuff, so... Oh look, there's Varna. We'll descend to about 8,000 feet, just to be sure. So we'll just go ahead and do that now. So we're going to descend, 1500, negative, enter, set to vertical speed mode. I'm going to have to back off the power some. And why didn't I do it? 1500, negative. Yep, that was me, monkey. Yes, have horses in real life. Why does it get rid of my vertical speed mode? Okay. 1500, negative, enter. And vertical speed mode. Oh, I know why, because we haven't set an altitude yet. 8,000 feet. 1500, vertical speed, enter. Now, vertical speed mode. There we go. I was doing it backwards. So we're going to begin our descent to Bucharest, and then we'll pick up the Eclipse 550NG. We'll fly it to Sofia in Bulgaria, and then I'm kind of looking to fly it into Pristina. Which is in Kosovo. It's a rather close flight too. Oh, I love flying low and fast too, man. But I've flown the Tornado. I mean, not the Tornado, but the F4 Phantom on here in a couple streams. Low and fast and through valleys and stuff. It kind of gets old. It's one reason why I don't fly commercial airliners, because it's boring to me. I'm like you. I'd rather fly low. Even if it's in a GA aircraft, even if it's just low and slow, I'd rather fly that way. I mostly did this flight because I wanted to see how that, I was going to go up to like 36,000 feet with this E1000 and see how it performed. But I decided not to. I decided just to stay at 20,000. Hey, Flight, what's going on, man? You don't live stream, do you, Flight? You just create videos, right? Anything's flight. Yeah, we're flying over Romania right now. We're gonna fly into Bucharest. We took off at Bacău up north, and we're flying to Bucharest. And from there, we're gonna take the. Like I said, we're gonna take 550 from Bucharest to Sofia. Then I don't know what we're gonna take over to Pristina. Clean up. I don't have any of the ortho sceneries for Eastern Europe. I'm running out of hard drive space with orthos, so I gotta be kind of picky choosy on what I have. Oops, hit my throttle, hit my controller. Back off the power a little bit more. Now that's up near Brasov. I think. It depends on which castle you think is Dracula's castle. If it's Bran Castle, which there's no even historical record that he actually stayed there. Or his real life castle, which is now in ruins. Was it Panici? Panici Castle? Panici? I think that's how you say it? Panici? It's the one that's on the mountaintop. So we have 7 minutes until we're there. Let's go ahead and pick a flight plan. We'll load up an arrival. We'll land. We'll do the ILS 27. No star. Pomoke is okay. And see, here's the problem with the issue since X-Plane 11 final. You have to go into Pomoke and hit direct to waypoint, and there you go. It won't. It should. Before the beta, I mean, when it was still in beta, X-Plane 11 was still in beta. You could hit that. It would automatically go, direct to Pomoke, but now it won't. I don't know why. So we're going to land at 27. We need to get some information. So show information. We'll go runways. We'll tune the ILS frequency to nav1. Go ahead and set the runway heading to OBS1. That's good. Comms, they have no comms, at least that we know of. But what are they showing? If I can find the airport on here. Oh, that's probably Bran Castle. That's the most famous one in Romania. So it says the altimeter is. Y'all use something different in Europe. It's Q1010. I have no idea what it is, and well, I guess we could set it, couldn't we? Let's go in here and look. So screen. Let's go to. No. Let's go to tools. Setup. Barometer. Millibars. Back. Sweet. Okay, so since we're in Europe, we'll go ahead and set up the millibars. So it's 1010 millibars is what the altimeter reading is in Grover, where we're landing. We're not really landing in Bucharest. We're landing west of Bucharest, like way west. We're going to fly from there to Sofia, which isn't. We're going to. How far is that? Excuse me while I try to find out what the distance is from here to there. Because we may end up taking the Panthera there. to Sofia, LBSF. It's 99.6 nautical miles. And if we're doing
Approaching altitude.
180 knots, it'll take us 30 minutes. So we'll take the Panthera from Craiova to Sofia, and then we'll take the 550 from Sofia to Pristina in Kosovo. So like I said, I don't fly Eastern Europe very much at all. Actually, I've never flown it, to be honest. I've flown from I've only done, if you want to call it an Eastern Europe flight, I flew from Rhodes, from the island of Rhodes to Athens. And that's more of a Eastern Mediterranean flight. So this isn't Ortho 4XP or anything, it's just a base scenery. Do you know any good scenery software besides Ortho 4XP? None that's free. There is one other that I had considered using it. What is it? I can't remember the name of it. It's not Ortho 4XP. It's another one that actually generates the files depending on the area. Like, so if you start at Sedona, you'll have a menu option up in here in the plugins, and you'll click on it and you'll tell it to create ortho scenery for that, and then you have to wait. I'm trying to find the name of it right now. But it's not Ortho for XP, so I'm trying to find the name over here now. Something different. It's not free.
Approaching waypoint.
Oh, it's G2 XPL, so, and I don't think it's free. That's the name of it. Let's look at the flight plan here. So I'm at. So I'm 11.4 nautical miles away. I'm at 8,000 feet. We're going to go ahead and descend to 4,500. And descend at vertical speed. There's the runway. Yeah, this is a great game. I'm still on the ropes, though. I'm still on the ropes of getting Prepare 3D version 4 when it comes out. I don't know yet. I'll have to watch. I'll have to wait and see. But I know I said I'd never go back to Prepare 3D. But I don't know. It depends. Got a bird striking the 737. I've seen birds. I've never hit one. I did lose cabin pressure in the Victory and had to make an emergency descent. I had a engine failure in the 550NG. Actually a right engine fire in the 550NG, but after you shut the engine off, it flew fine. It was a little sluggish, but that was in a live stream as well. But I've never actually hit a bird. So we need to go ahead and descend down to 20. 2,000, 2,500.
Approaching waypoint.
So we need to get. Go ahead and just able to autopilot right now.
Autopilot disconnect.
Yeah, a few landings with gear up. Yes, Lars. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for reminding me. Those were in the Panther, though. Only because I fat fingered the gear down button. Yep, X-Plane simulates bird strikes. Even though I have hit deer on the one way, and I've never done it's never done anything, so I don't know what's up with that.
Approaching waypoint.
Yeah. Well, hey, those are some of the best landings I had in my life. Ask Lars. Those gear up landings.
Approaching altitude.
Approaching altitude. Who needs landing gears anyways? You know? They're so overrated. I'm way too high to land at this airport. Way too fast, dude. So we're gonna have to go around. I guarantee it.
Fuel tank switched.
Maybe not. I don't have the freaking
Approaching waypoint.
reverses set up. So let's go around because I'm not gonna make this. Too busy talking and not enough flying.
1,000.
There is no speed brake. I was thinking about just lowering the flaps and see if I could bleed off speeds with the flaps, but it'd probably damage the flaps. And you are in a turboprop and it's at full idle, so we're still doing 255 knots. So we're gonna enter the left downwind here and go around and land on. I think this is 27 we were gonna land on, so this would be 090. Runway 09. Yeah, the graphics are pretty nice. I'm actually surprised I'm getting 30 frames a second while I'm streaming.
300.
Maybe it's because I'm not using ortho scenery here. In some areas, ortho actually raises your frame rates. In some areas, it kills your frame rate, so it's kind of weird. So we're going to fly out for a little while. We're going to get below 180 knots, and I think I can deploy my takeoff flaps then. That'll slow us down. Actually, pitching up will actually slow us down. Pick up some more speed. Pick up some altitude, rather. We've been on a left turn. Get that first notch of flaps in. We still don't have a gear down yet. I'm looking for this airport. I'm still planning on getting the Oculus Rift so I can use fly inside XP. Explain. Okay, now there we go. And
1,000.
I don't know. I'm not on the road, so I don't know why Waze is thanking me for my information. No, I'm not using any scenery plugins. The only thing I'm using is XEnviro.
Gear down.
Gear down. Alright, the gear are down this time, Lars. I promise. Now, as with any other turboprop, I should be able to go reverse the prop, but I can't. I haven't set a switch to do that yet. The X52s, which is why I'm getting the X52, is that once you go back a certain distance on the throttle, it'll go into beta mode and reverse the prop. So, which you can do in turboprops, which is one of the best things about them.
400. Approaching waypoint. 300.
So the airport only has a beacon and no peppy lights or VASIs.
100.
The approach lights aren't even on. I saw the approach lights, but I didn't see any lights on them.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
This plane always gets me too because it sits high in the first place, so I think I'm actually higher. Actually am. Okay, so we're going to ditch this aircraft here in Sofia and grab the 550NG. Actually, we weren't going to do that, weren't we? We were going to take the Panthera from here to Sofia, which is what we'll do. So I may go ahead and just bite the bullet next weekend. I mean, this next weekend coming up, and purchase the Hawker 4000 for X-Plane 11, even though I'm not sure that it's using the same customized
Check engine.
FMC that it had in X-Plane 10.
Check.
So I will have a new aircraft next weekend for sure. Well, it's going to be for sure anyways, because if it's not the Hawker 4000, it'll be the Viper jet or something else. What I say we're going to take? We're going to take the Panthera, right? So we are at Sofia. What no, we're at LRCV. So we're going to fly to Sofia in the Panthera. So LRCV, I think we're at. Yep, there's where we are. We have the Panthera. We're going to choose the. We're not going to fly to. We'll fly to Pink Panther. What do you guys think? Pink Panther or Black Panther? We'll rock the Pink Panther. We don't need to start with the engines. So there we go. Okay, so we're gonna fly this to Sofia, which should only be 33-minute flight, I think. It's only 100 nautical miles from Craiova to Sofia in Bulgaria, and then we'll take the Eclipse 550 over the mountains to Pristina in Kosovo, and that'll be pretty much it, unless anybody else wants to fly somewhere else. X-Plane has stopped working. What? X-Plane is drunk. Let's go ahead and start it back up. Let me find it first. It's under all these apps on my other monitor. So hold on a second. X-Plane. I'm not running any plugins beside XEnviro and Airport Environment HD. I'm not running Reshade or anything. So let's start this thing back up. If anybody wants to know what computer I'm running, it's right there. It's the ROG G20 CB with the GTX 1070, i7 6700, 16 gigs of DDR4, and blah blah blah, whatever. So let's go back to Craiova, Panthera, real world time, real world weather, and start. Maybe it's the Panthera that messed it up. See, maybe the Panthera is crashing X-Plane now. We'll see. But next weekend I am planning on also getting my new motherboard, which is going to get it out of that little case because it's a hard time expanding with that little case for that ROG. So it's going to be another Asus motherboard, but it's going to be the Asus Prime or Asus 270 Plus Prime, Asus Prime 270 or something like that. So I'll throw my i7 6700 and the GTX 1070 in there. The only bad thing is that the 16 gigs of DDR4 that are in this ROG are SODIMM, so it's laptop DDR4, so it will not fit in the motherboard that I'm getting, so I'm going to have to buy another 16 gigs of DDR4. but I'm going to keep the GTX 1070. And I've been up in the air between buying an Oculus Rift or just going ahead and getting the 1080 Ti. Or just waiting until the new G-Sync HDR monitors come out. Decisions. What do you guys think I should do? Do you think I should get the Oculus Rift, the GTX 1080 Ti, or just wait until the G-Sync HDR monitors come out? What do you guys think? I mean, 'cause I don't think the Ti really is going to make a difference in this. Because now it's getting night. Ooh, it's getting cloudy too. Again, it's put me on the runway. Spinning on a sports car instead. I have a BMW 325, so I could spend money on that because Lord knows it's a BMW and you really have to spend money on them. I actually have to replace the thermostat in it and the exhaust cam position sensor, which I have to do next week also, or next weekend. Can someone translate his question into German? Ugh. Come on, man. I haven't taken German since high school. Let me see. Nope, I'm not going to butcher it. What was I going to do? Okay, so we need to start this thing up. Let's go into master, avionics, fuel pump, turn the autopilot on. Go ahead and turn these on, 750 and the 650. It's key ignition. We have our fuel tank set for left. Let's go ahead and make sure we have enough fuel. We probably do, but we'll go ahead and set it to full fuel anyways. Remove flags and chocks, close the doors. And we'll go ahead and start the aircraft. And the fuel pump's not on. I thought I turned it on. Okay, here we go again. Been flying the 550 too long. I gotta put mixture full rich in this thing. I forgot. There we go. So that's my fault. I'm spoiled by the 550 NG. And forgot that you have to actually have mixture rich, full rich in this thing. So we are good to go. We just need to release the parking brake. Let's put flaps down and we're flying to Sofia in Bulgaria. We're currently sitting at Craiova, and I guess this is Romania. So we're going to fly direct to... No, this isn't a stock plane. This is the Panthera, the Pipistrel Panthera by Aerobasque. I need to turn some lights on, so let's do that. Turn recognition, nav, and strobe. Now let's take a look at it. So this is the Panthera. We're going to take the Panthera to Sofia. We had just flown the E1000, the turboprop by Aerobasque. We flew that from Bacău in northern Romania to this position, this airfield here. Now we're going to take the Panthera from this airfield to Sofia in Bulgaria, and then we'll fly the 550 from Sofia to Pristina, which is in Kosovo. And then that'll be it. So we have the flaps already at position 1. Go ahead and remove the parking brake. But we need to set our location, don't we? We're not going to fly at 20,000 feet, that's for sure, not in this thing. We'll fly at 12,000. Okay, so we'll do this. Where is this? This is LBSF. So add waypoint. I'm going to fly to LBSF, which is Sophia. And once we get in the air, we'll just fly direct. We're going to climb and indicate airspeed mode. So let's get autopilot up. And we are going to take off to the... It's south of us, so which way are we going here? Go to the left. We're not going to need this whole runway because this is the Panthera after all. Probably the best general aviation aircraft you can buy right now. And we can take off at 65 knots, 63 knots actually. And we're up. Flaps are coming up. Gear coming up. Is this plane worth the money? I think it is. I like flying it. I like flying it actually more than the 550. I use the 550 if I want to get somewhere fast. If I want to stay low and just look at the scenery, I will use the Panthera. So now we're just going to set the autopilot and we'll fly. We'll climb up to 12,000 feet in indicated airspeed mode and we'll fly direct to... let's go back out of here and just hit this and fly direct. There we go. And we'll set this to there and set this to nav and here we go. I don't know if this plane is more fun to fly. You can do. I think you can do a lot more with it. You can, your options of airfields is a lot greater because you can fly into short grass strips with this thing. Because the stall speed is like 60 knots, I think, when you have full flaps, and it stops pretty quick. I'm also a huge fan of the real Panthera, because it can fly. It's the only aircraft you can fly with MoGas, so it flies on, I think, 93 octane or 87 octane or something like that. The real plane, so you can actually put automotive fuel in it. I like the 550 NG. The only thing about the 550 NG, and I did a video on this, and since I've since taken it down, since I kind of had this thing going with Aerobask. But I wasn't impressed with the flight deck of the 550 NG because it's not the actual flight deck that's in a 550, Because if you wanted to create an Eclipse 550 that was realistic and true to the actual aircraft, you would have used the Avio flight deck. My German is not the best. See, that's why it's so easy for English speakers to learn German, because it's almost the same. The sentence structure is nearly the same. English just doesn't have, it's not gender specific. Like German and French and I guess Italian and every other language. Now Carenado I thought were great for FSX and Prepare 3D because I only fly general aviation aircraft. So because I had the Mustang, for the Citation Mustang for FSX and Cirrus SR22 GTX, I think it is, or GTS, and the Cessna 182. No, was that by Coronado or was that by Flight 1? I can't remember. I have so many aircraft. So we're going to climb up 12,000 feet, and it's saying it's going to be 30 minutes until we get to Sofia in Bulgaria. I'm hoping we have enough altitude to cross these mountains. I think there's some mountains on the way. Of course, we won't see anything because it's dark, but if you guys don't want to fly in real time, then we can change it to like noon or something like that. Yeah, I don't really much like the old FMC. I mean, I don't like, well, the old FMC was better because it's a little bit more simplistic than the X-Plane 11 FMC. But see, I'm thinking about getting the Hawker 4000 Friday, which will be the first business jet that I buy. It'll also be the only first aircraft that I buy that's not strictly from Aerobasque. So I'm a little apprehensive. I've watched a couple videos on it, the X-Plane 10 version, on YouTube, and I like its FMC. It has a custom FMC in it, or FMS, however you want to call it. And I like the way it's laid out, and I like the way you use it. I do not like the way the X-Plane 11 FMS works, the commercial airliner FMS. It's just annoying. So, you know, I'm thinking about getting the Hawker 4000 and then using that. I think Mo got the A3. I think he got the A320. I think there's a study version. I think he has a study version of the A320 now. So if you like commercial airliners, Mo Media, he will satisfy your urge for
altitude.
commercial airliners. As an Aerobasque fan, what would you say is your number one aircraft from them? I don't know. I like the Panthera probably the best. And next would be the Eclipse 550, then the E1000, and then the Victory. I do love this little Panthera, just because of its versatility. And I still even fly the stock X-Plane 172. Any reason I prefer, it's mainly because the size and the FMC. I don't like the FMC in the commercial airliners. I like them in the X-Plane 10. I don't like them so much in X-Plane 11 though. So I guess the newest add-on that everybody's talking about is what, X-Plane Reality? Is this what this is? XP Reality or something like that? Hello, Epic Gaming. I think GA aircraft is just more challenging in general, simply because, like you said, the weather. Uh, in this aircraft, you know, there's no cabin pressurization, so you can't go, you know, above 12,000 feet. So if you have mountains that are 14,000 feet, you know, you kind of have to navigate around the mountains. And then, thanks, Epic. I think your planning's a lot different. It's a little slower. But, you know, I've never actually flown one of these aircraft to the, you know, to the limit that you need to stop and refuel. So, except for the fact that your plane doesn't automatically refuel when you stream. Bit dark though. We can change it. Now we can see the beauty of Romania and Bulgaria. As soon as we get to Bulgaria, we only have 20 minutes. So I'm just looking around here. If you want to donate, there's a link down there, but you don't have to. There's a link in the description. Yeah, James, I mean, you can't go wrong with Panthera HD. If you're going to buy two aircraft, if anybody asks me what two aircraft should I buy from Aerobasque, I'd say the Panthera and I actually like the Viper jet. That's what I'm going to pick up. That's going to be the next Aerobasque aircraft that I buy. It's going to be the Viper jet. I've got the E1000. You know, I've got 4 of their aircraft now. And I love the quality. And yeah, the Panthera, the Eclipse 550. Somebody once told me that. Oh, did y'all see the outside of the aircraft? Check it out. Look, it's got the pink panther on the tail. Pretty cool, huh? But someone once told me that the 550 is basically the epic victory with 2 engines. And that's pretty much the truth. And it uses the same avionics that this does. You have the GTN 650, the GTN 650, and the Dynon Skyview touch panels that you see here. So we have about 20 minutes until we get to Sofia in Bulgaria. I could probably actually land sooner and get the 550. Yeah, I went to daylight so people could see. Somebody left a Coke can in the back seat again. I'll need to stop doing that. Oh look, it's got, I never noticed that, it's got panther prints, footprints on the wing. Just going through some of the stock views. So I'm guessing we're flying, well, not over Bulgaria yet. We have mountains to cross before we get into Sofia. Looks like we have clouds over Bulgaria as well. But I'm kind of impressed how the stock clouds look now. They're getting almost to X-Enviro quality. Not quite, but... So if you're asking me, you know, people are going to ask me if should you buy X-Enviro. No, pick up some more aircraft. Because the clouds, the default clouds, are starting to look better and better every time I see them. Every beta, it seems like, they seem to look a little better. I had someone ask me the other day, how am I on RC2 when the RC1 was released for X-Plane 11? I play the betas, so if you see, like, this is X-Plane 11.01 RC2, so it's the release candidate number 2 for X-Plane 11 0.1, no, .01, so 11.01 of X-Plane. This is the beta version for that release. Yep, I have to agree. I have X-Plane 10 as well. I have it installed I installed it just to get the GTN or the GTN 430's GPS information, which you need for all Aerobasque aircraft that are using the Dynan system and the GTN 750/650. I took Pilot Edge off because I'm not using it anymore, and I still don't have any aircraft on TCAS, which is weird. I probably need to. You know why, don't you? It's because I don't have any AI aircraft loaded. Let's go ahead and add some. Let's make this a Cessna Skyhawk. Can we do that? And that's good enough. It's not going to load them right now. Oh, shoot. Damn it. Anyways, I think we're loading up the 172. I hit the apply changes button and I didn't mean to do that. So just bear with us for a moment. I might just go ahead and teleport us to Sofia so we can take the 550 to Pristina. And that'll be all of it. So now it's loading all the other aircraft that I wanted it to have, the AI aircraft. Because when you're using something like VATSIM or... Oh good, it didn't take us. Sweet. So now my TCAS is actually working. So now you have aircraft on TCAS. And if you go into the actual TCAS, the traffic on here, you'll have them on here as well. So if I zoom out, there's our aircraft. Sweet. I just didn't want it resetting my flight. Yeah, when you run Pilot Edge or VATSIM, it automatically uses their plane, so it shuts off the AI aircraft, the default AI aircraft in X-Plane, so you have to actually reload them. So I just reloaded them. So I'm actually impressed with the frames I'm getting while live streaming. I usually get 24 to something, 20 to 25 frames a second. I'm getting around 32. No, I don't have any problem at all using them. As a matter of fact, it's easy. You can just hit the offline button right here, and you'll automatically connect to Pilot Edge. Like you see, this is with the default scenery. If you look at the CPUs, as you can see that X-Plane is using far more CPU than it's actually using GPU, which I'm using the GTX 1070. You could probably get. I used to use when I first started streaming X-Plane. I had an AMD 6300 AMD FX 6300 and a GTX 750 Ti, and got about the same performance. I couldn't run it at these levels, but I could run it almost at the same level without anti-aliasing. So I could run it just like this with the 750 Ti, except for I couldn't run the anti-aliasing, and I had to set the number of objects at medium. What airport are we going to? We are going to Sofia in Bulgaria. We'll be there in about 15 minutes. And then we'll take the 550 from Sofia over the mountains into Kosovo, and we'll land at Pristina, and that'll be the end of the stream. I've been trying to focus on staying in Eastern Europe in this stream because I've never flown there. And I was thinking about creating ortho tiles for it, but Riga said not to bother because the orthos really aren't that great. So, can you use X-Plane 10 add-ons in X-Plane 11? Yes and no. There's some that you can and there's some that you can't. I've never seen one that you can't use, like the X-Plane, the moving map for X-Plane 10. You can use it in X-Plane 11. You can use the landing thing, the one that grades your landing. You can use that, but I've never seen an X-Plane 10 plugin that you couldn't use. Yeah, there's some issues with some of the X-Plane 10 aircraft, like some of the Coronado aircraft aren't updated yet. PC-12, you can't start the right inner generator. The A36, the landing gear doors don't close. That type of stuff. Because I have those too, and I don't install them because I'm fed up with Coronado for X-Plane. It used to be my go-to aircraft developer in FSX and Prepare 3D, but on this they're just garbage. Plus the G1000 for X-Plane 10 from Coronado just sucks. I can't stand it. It's my phone going off. So, looks like the weather is rolling in, or we're rolling in on the weather, whichever one you want to look at. I didn't get any information on a donation, but if you donated that much, thanks. But, oops, wrong button. Now what? I was trying to hit my files and close my files button, and actually hit my email button, which is right next to it. So these are the X-Enviro clouds. People still ask me, is X-Enviro worth the $70? You have to have, if you have the $70 to spend and you don't want to spend it on aircraft, then yeah, I guess it's worth it. Did you see? I was flying the E1000 earlier. Did you like that aircraft? I bought it because I love turboprops. That's the only reason I bought the E1000. Because it's the same flight deck as the Epic Victory, which I also have by Aerobasque. So I have the Epic Victory and the Epic E1000 now. And the E1000 is just a turboprop version. Yeah, I have it. Yeah, it depends, man. I have the PC-12, and the PC-12 by Coronado doesn't really work the way it should in X-Plane 11. So I wanted a turboprop because I had a single-engine piston by Aerobasque, which is the Panthera. I had a single-engine jet by Aerobasque, which was the Victory. I had a twin-engine jet from Aerobasque, which is the 550, so I needed a turboprop. So that's why I bought the E1000. So we're 10 minutes away from Sofia. I'm not really worried about descending right now because one thing, there's the mountains. And this thing's pretty easy to fly. Well, I say what is you have the 550, right? If you have the 550, you're just getting the only thing that's different is this is a single engine piston. That's the only difference because you have the same flight deck. You have the Dynamic Sky View. I have this is everything's the same. Like I'll fly the 550 after this um, to Pristina. That's the only difference. The only difference is this is a propeller-driven aircraft, and the 550 is a twin-engine jet. That's the only difference, really. I mean, the avionics are the same. You still get these same avionics. Now, on the E1000, you just get these, the Dynamic Sky View. So you get two of these panels, then you get a big panel in the middle. So you have three of these panels, and that's it. Same as in the Epic Victory. The coolest thing about this aircraft is that at 12,000 feet, I can pull back the mixture, right? So I can, let's do this real quick. Let's pull the mixture back. Let's pull this up though, so we can see. So watch the cylinder head temperature. So watch the EGT and the cylinder head temperatures. So we can pull it up and lean it out. This is the one thing that I liked about the Panthera is you can, if you want to get really in depth with it, you can get really in depth with it and set your mixture. So we'll go lean a peak here to about 275, which is right here. And then we will bring the throttle back and watch the fuel flow. I mean, gallons per hour that we're using. So let's go ahead and bring that back to about 10 gallons per hour. We could probably bring our prop back. Maybe get a little bit more speed, but in real life, Pipstrel claims that the Panthera will fly at 10 gallons per hour, will burn 10 gallons an hour and fly at 200 knots. So I've gotten it to do it before without any wind, so you'd have to turn all the weather off and have no wind, even though we have a 30-knot crosswind. But that's their claim. Their claim is that this aircraft in real life will burn 10 gallons an hour at 200 knots, which is pretty amazing. 200 knots ground speed. So only 7 minutes from Sofia, which is going to be in this little valley right here. So let's go ahead and descend to about 8,000 feet. Enter. We'll descend at negative 1,500. Enter. We'll descend at vertical speed mode. There we go. So I'm just going to throw mixture full rich prop this up to full, and we're going to have to decrease the throttle so we don't overspeed. I have to remember to lower the landing gear. This is the aircraft, twice in this aircraft I've landed it with the gear up, so I have to be conscious of that. So anyways, we're landing at Sofia. Let's go ahead and pick an arrival, shall we? I like flying the ILS runway arrivals. Nah, I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, I didn't want to do that, but whatever. That just added time to our... Well, see, this is another problem. And it's in every Aerobasque aircraft, and I think it's even in the general aviation aircraft, that you have to select the first one and hit direct to. And sometimes that doesn't even work. You have to hit it twice. Then it'll fly directly to that. So this mountain's getting pretty close, pretty fast. I'm just going to fly direct to the runway. What I'd really like to see is, so you see here that we have the terrain. So this is superimposed. So we have the terrain here. I'd like to see that terrain information superimposed on the pilot's flight display, like it is on the G1000 and most other glass cockpits. That's what I'd like to see.
Approaching altitude.
So I'm going to fly with this on, this terrain avoidance system on, because we're in IMC conditions and we're in the mountains. So I just want to make sure. There, we can see now though. Somewhat. Since we're flying to that direct, let's get the waypoint info. Runway set to nav1 active. Are we flying? No, we're running 27, so we need to set that. And we'll set the OBS 1. And back, and train. So now you're going to see the frames are dropping for some reason. Let's look up and see what frames are dropping. The frames are did drop there for a second because the CPU went up over 40. So if your CPU gets close to 40 or over 40, you can tend to see your frames drop. And the same thing with your GPU. If your GPU gets up to 40, you'll see your frames drop as well. So as long as they're below 40, you get pretty decent frame rates. So we are 3 minutes from the airfield. Let's go ahead and drop down. Let's just drop the throttle and go into, take the autopilot off.
Autopilot disconnect.
I didn't want to dive for the ground, but whatever. So we're still 9 miles from the airfield. So I won't pick up any of the glide slope information yet. So we have aircraft coming up ahead of us, and it's well above us. We have an aircraft off to our left. It's 6,300 feet above us. We won't see him because he's way out there. He's more than 10 miles away. Well, he's just inside 10 miles. So I think I might fly something a little different to Pristina. I may go ahead and give the Freeware version of the 550 another try. I actually like that because it has the Avio flight deck. The only thing I don't like is that it has the commercial airliner FMC in it, which sucks. So might have to have you guys help me program that FMC. Now there's the airport and there's runway. Like I said, I'm not a huge fan of the commercial airliner FMC. Let's go Go ahead and get that notch of flaps in. We'll lower the gear. So if you've never seen the freeware version of the 550NG, this was created by Harassner. And it was created before Aerobask was even around. It was actually a freeware aircraft that they put out. And then they became the Aerobask that we all know and love today. So because we're in the Panthera, we're going to go ahead and do a really short approach here, because we can. Everybody's like the PMDG 737. PMDG doesn't make aircraft for X-Plane. Not that I know of. And the simple fact that I don't fly commercial airliners, but oh, it's a Forza magazine. I thought it was a Forbes magazine right there. Oh, they have a DC-6? It's a shame I don't fly commercial airliners. I was never a huge fan of PMDGs for FSX either. Like I said, I don't fly commercial airliners, so I wouldn't be enthused by it anyways. But there's the city of Sofia, Bulgaria, in the background. Like I said, we're going to make a really short approach. The only thing that gets in the way is this center pillar on this thing. It's kind of annoying. Especially in this situation where you're close to the runway and you really can't see it, so you kind of have to swing out your nose out and then turn. That's cool. Wind's coming right down the runway. You actually land this thing with one notch of flaps, but I'll put the second notch of flaps in. The landing gear is down, yes. As you can see, the low speed approach for this thing is 64 knots with full flaps. The angle of attack indicator isn't going off, so we're sweet. We're good. We're almost at stall here. And we're going to bring it back. There we go. And we can put her down. Now we're going to switch over to an aircraft. I said we're going to fly the Eclipse 550NG, but there's really no difference between the 550NG and the Panthera. They both have the same exact flight deck. So we will use, instead, we will use the Freeware version of the Eclipse 550NG. We'll fly from Sofia, and we're going to fly to Pristina in Kosovo. So you guys are going to have to help me out with this FMC, you airline junkies who fly the commercial airliners for X-plane. You're gonna have to help me out with this thing because I hate it, I despise it, and it's in this aircraft, much to my disgust. But and thanks, Elliot. So I'm interested to see whether the 550 is actually going to crash X-plane. Let's see if it does. Now the frame rates are going to be a lot better in this 550 than they would be in the Freeware 550, simply because it doesn't have the complex avionics that the NG does. Now the Epic E1000 doesn't really float that much. So I'm just waiting now to see why. There we go. So I had to wait for all the weather to load from XEnviro and stuff. So this is, we're going to go ahead and turn these reflections off because they're annoying as hell. This is the Epic E1. This is not the Epic E1000. This is the freeware version of the Eclipse 550 NG. I mean, not the 550 NG, but it's the regular 550. And this is what it looks like. So this is the freeware version. You can get this for free off of the .org. And it has the Avio flight deck, which is what's actually in the real 550. And the only thing I don't like is it has this stupid the airliner FMC. So you guys are going to have to help me with that. But anyway, let's go ahead and get this thing started. We have left battery. We have the right battery. And we have the avionics are on. So we have the avionics here. We don't have to worry about fuel or anything because we have a jet. We have the cabin air pressure is on. Test the ALT. Can't test it at all. Let's go into our pressure menu here. We're going to set the cabin pressure for about 3,500 feet. Oh, past 3,500 feet. That's good enough. We'll keep it there. Look, there's a 550 NG taking off right next to us. Okay, so we can go ahead and start this thing. Same way to start it, except for actually I can actually start it from my throttle system. So it's going to start hit the left engine. So its left engine is coming up and online. And we can go to the electrical system. Okay, left engine settled out. We can start the left generator. And you can see we are now no longer using energy. We are actually charging the battery. So let's go ahead and start the right engine. And the right engine is online. We'll go ahead and start its generator. And we are good to go. Let's go ahead and turn the transponder on. Set it for... No, that's good enough. Okay, now the only problem with this plane is it has this. It has the commercial airliner FMC. So I know a little bit how to use it. I'm not an expert on this thing, which is why I hate it, probably. So if I go in the flight plan, we are at Sophia, which is LBSF. So let's go LB. Let's clear this first. Let's go to LBSF. F, and we're going to load that into origin. And our destination is Pristina. Hello, Ruben. And it's BKPR, so BKPR. This won't be as bad because we're flying direct to Pristina. So let's just hit clear. See if we can fly direct to BKPR direct. There you go. I got a sub. I missed that. Whoever subbed, thank you. Okay, so we're good to go. It seems. Our source is going to be GPS. This is the This is the freeware Aerobasque Eclipse. This is the one that you can get for free off the Explain.org store. This is the first one. I actually like this one because it actually uses the real Avio flight deck instead of using the GTN 750, which is not realistic at all in this aircraft. Even though I have it. So we can go ahead and taxi now. See where the hell their runway is. There it is. So I'm going to take off, turn around, go down this taxiway. Look, there's a pen. Oh, look, there's the E1000 taxiing. There's your E1000. So, oh, there it goes. It just spawned and took off. So let's go ahead and release the brakes. Hey, Ruben. Look, there's two Rubens. There's a Ruben Black and there's an R1 Aviation Ruben. Say hello, Rubens. So we're going to follow this E1000 down this taxiway. What is next? What is that next to him? Is that his GPU laying on the ground? Oh, check it out. His GPU's rolling down the taxiway with him. Sweet. That's what happens when you don't unplug your GPU. What's that up there? Is that a helicopter? Yeah, there's a helicopter up there too. And a 550 NG. Hello, Time Lord. I can see another Doctor Who fan. So we're going to taxi out behind this E1000. Looks like there's a 550 NG already getting ready to take off, and there's a helicopter up there too that's hovering down the runway. So this is going to be a flight from Sofia, Bulgaria to Pristina, Kosovo, as I've said a couple times. See, we're just slowly taxiing down the runway. There goes the 550 NG. There's the payware version of the 550 taking off. This E1000 is going to take off in a second. And the birds. Why do you hear birds when you go into the exterior view? I thought it was just on the Panthera, but it's actually on. Seems to be on every aircraft that you hear birds. So we can actually speed up because the E1000 is like outrunning us. I don't know. And the birds might be from Exenviro. You're right. Okay, there's the helicopter taking off. But you're exactly right, Ruben. The birds could be from Exenviro. Thanks, John. So let's get in behind this E1000. Thanks for the subscribing there, John. And we're going to go out here and take off and head for Pristina and Kosovo. Probably need to go ahead and set our in-flight altitude to something higher than 8,000 feet. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead. Thanks for subscribing there, Time Lord. Let's go ahead and we'll do our in-flight altitude. We'll set it at 15,000 feet. I don't think we need to go any higher than that. Oops. This is a little touchy. There you go, 15,005. Good enough. So yeah, if anybody's interested in this aircraft, you can, like I said, you can get it for free off that .org. I've done videos on this before, and I have links to it in those descriptions. So I haven't posted it in here. But this is the freeware version. I actually wish they would have just updated the Avio flight system and used that instead of the GTN 750, but oh well. He blew right past the whole short line. He still got his GPU dragging behind him. You see it right there? Either that's the GPU or it's luggage. So let's sit here and wait for him to take off. For those of you who didn't know, the E1000 is actually, it was a kit plane that you could purchase in real life. And now Epic, they've consolidated after they declared bankruptcy, and now you can actually purchase an E1000 from them in real life. So there he goes, he's up and away. We don't have any lights on, do we? Let's go ahead and turn those on. So we have strobe, beacon, and nav lights. We can have taxi lights on too. Okay, let's go ahead and yeah, I think it was either his GPU or the luggage, because that's stuff's kind of standard on the Aerobasque aircraft. So we're going to taxi out and fly direct to Pristina. And the thing about this Aerobasque is you can throw the throttles all the way forward and not have to worry about an engine fire. We're up. Gears coming up. Flaps. We didn't have any flaps in at all. So we'll go ahead and engage autopilot, set it to nav. And we're going to climb and indicate airspeed mode. 175. So this is Sofia, Bulgaria. We're taking off from.
TCAS alert.
We just got TCAS alert. I wonder what for. I guess it was that E1000. Oh, there it is. What is that? Is that a... Is that the 737? Where'd he take off from, or is he coming in and land? Oh, we're going above him anyways because he's low. He's landing. You would see him. I think he's going into land. But he is low, yeah, you're right. So let's pull up the big map here. I don't know why we're not flying direct to... Oh, you know why? Because it's probably because I didn't hit execute, isn't it, right? Execute. Like I said, I hate these FMS, this FMS. Legs, let's go to flight plan. Execute. Yeah, I hate that. I hate this stupid FMS. Now I set it to go fly direct to Pristina, and now it's just like, no, I'm not going to do it today. So set the fly to GPS. Autopilot is on. Flight director is on. Nav is on. There goes my phone again. We're almost to 15,000 feet, so we might just do this manually. Yes, I'm from the US. Someone actually doing some X-Plane live streams. And I'm not the only one. I think Ranger79 is doing his too. We usually don't stream at the same time, but I think he's live streaming as well. Okay, we need to make a turn here, so let's we'll set it to heading, and then we'll turn to there, because evidently stupid FMS isn't going to work for me. So here's our little Freeware Aerobasque aircraft. Oh, he's flying the Coronado Phenom. Ugh, I hate that plane. I don't like. I mean, I like Ranger streams. I just don't like that plane. I think the Coronado uses a lot more CPU than the Aerobasque aircraft actually do too. So now this is why we're climbing. Oh, I know where we're climbing. Because we're over speed. Ranger's like got overkill, man. He's got that Titan, that Pascal, the Titan X. What graphics card do I have? I have the GTX 1070, the Asus GTX 1070, Founders Edition. I really don't have CPU problems either. He has the 7700K. I think. No, he has the 6700K. He has the same thing that I have, except for he has the unlocked version and I don't. So he can actually overclock his. I can't really. My settings are, these are my settings. So high HDR, maximum texture quality, 2x anti-aliasing, high for world objects. I'm not drawing shadows. I don't really care about reflections. So yeah, see, I had the ROG, and it's the cooling, the CPU cooling on the ROG, on the G20, it just sucks. So once I get my new motherboard and stuff like that, and I water cool it, then I'll worry about, you know, because I don't know why I'd water cool a 6700 if I'm not going to overclock it, which I really can't do. But I was going to upgrade. I was actually going to buy the 7700K, but then I was like, well, in the fall, the new Intel CPUs are going to come out. So why am I going to buy a 7700 when I can buy one of the new, so quote unquote so-called Coffee Lake CPUs when they come out? Because they're still going to be 14 nanometer, and I'm assuming they're still going to use the same socket 1151 that the 6700 and 7700 use. So I'll just wait until those come out. How long is the flight? Oh, I don't know. It's gonna because the FMS is stupid. Because let's see if we can get this thing going. It's 105 nautical miles. I'm trying to figure out this stupid FMS. I can't stand these things, so I'm trying to find out why it's not. Route menu. Nope, that's not it. Index flight plan. Next page. What if I put? What if I put BKPR in here to direct and execute? This is the freeware version of the Aerobask uh, 550. Our destination is now you're going to make me look it up again. It is Pristina, which is in Kosovo. If we can ever get the FMS to work right, probably should have just flown the Payware 550, which I can actually get to work. So I'm trying to figure out what this crazy thing is trying to do. Yeah, I used to stream all the time during the week, but now I don't have time to stream during the week. So I stream just on the weekends. So I stream on Saturdays for a couple hours, and I stream on Sundays for a couple hours. But yeah, man, I'm glad you could stop by and have a look. How much longer to landing? I have absolutely no clue because it's not telling me. Usually it would tell us here. It's currently not telling us anything. No, because I have the source set to GPS. So, and I'm flying direct to here. Yeah, Pristina is in Kosovo. You can see an outside view, sure. You can listen to the birds too. So like I said, this is the freeware version of the Eclipse 550. I also had the payware version, which is probably what I should have flown. Yeah, that's what I said. I don't have any clue what's going on either. So, have the source set to GPS, have the route menu direct to Pristina, and it's not doing it. So I might just reset it and fly the 550 NG, which is probably what I'm going to do. So let's just go ahead and scratch that plane because I can't get the stupid FMS to work. We'll take the payware version and we'll start over, and it won't take very long to get there at all. This is what I should have done in the first place, but I wanted to try the old one. So if you guys ever watch Mo Media, he's actually right now flying in real life. He's flying in an SR-22 in Brighton in the UK. So that's what he's doing. So while we're here flying X-Plane 11, he's actually out flying a real aircraft. So he just posted a picture on our Facebook on our flight sim page. SR-20. Sorry, flying an SR-20, not SR-22. So we'll wait for the 550 start load, and then we'll start it up. We'll fly to Pristina, and then that'll be it. Because I have no idea how long I've been streaming for. Well, yes I do. It's a lie. I've been streaming for 2 hours and 15 minutes on this. And so tomorrow, even though I have a disgust for commercial airliners, I'm thinking I might have to go ahead and fly the... Somebody said the Embraer E170. Because it's freeware. And see how it works. Hey, Keese. Sorry. No, I don't think it's from... Is it from SSG? I don't know. I'm just looking at... It's the one that's on the... on our flight sim page, Ruben. It's the 170 LR. Hey, thanks for the subscription there, Biohaz. Hey, Mo. Mo, aren't you supposed to be flying? We were just talking about you. I thought you were out flying SR-20. You were just landing on runway 22. That's what you just posted on Facebook. So, are you in the plane or are you home? We don't need these on first. Need those.
Autopilot disconnect.
How was your flight, Mo? Probably better than ours. So, like I said, we're just going to fly to Pristina. So, at waypoint. Oh, you just posted the picture to Facebook, didn't you? BKPR. So if you guys don't know who Mo Media is, he's another YouTube streamer that also streams X-Plane 11. So everybody say hi. Say hi, Mo, everybody. So we're going to fly direct to... I'm going to go ahead and take off. Well, we got to start it up first and then take off. Like I said, we were trying to do this in the Freeware version. So we'll set this norm. Beacons on. Nav lights on. Taxi recognition. Yeah, I think when he did the live stream for this flight, when he was standing at the airfield, and they were getting ready to get in the SR-20, I was like, it's a little windy. So we're gonna have to fly that thing out. Sounds like it. Yeah, Mo, he streamed last night, and I was still at work, and I was like, I was driving home from work. Had to sit in traffic for 3 hours to drive 45 miles yesterday. And Mo was on. and I was watching his video, but I was in traffic, so I had my phone on its carrier for my it's a holder, it's a cell phone holder. So I had it, and I was watching his video his live stream while I was sitting in traffic. It's pretty funny. Okay, let's get this thing started. We have everything, I think, ready. Oops. No, we don't. We don't have the chocks removed. So let's go to the ground, remove chocks, and close the door. Now she'll start. Can you see the interior of this plane, please? Yeah, that's what it was. Everybody was heading home to see Mo's stream in the traffic, which is horrible. Why do I only have 154 subs? Because I don't have a cool British accent like Mo and Luna. That's why. If I had a cool British accent, I'd probably have more subs. That's the only thing I can think of. So this is the inside of the aircraft. Okay, so we have the left engine started. Let's go ahead and start the right engine. Yep. And the right engine started, but the left engine didn't start. What the hell's up with that? Yeah, I'll get there. Like I said, I'll do the okay, the left engine did not start, so let's figure out why that didn't start. Try start again. I can't wait till you put that video from that flight up, Mo. I have a guy that has a Piper Cherokee. I was gonna get with him and go up with him a couple times. He has an older Cherokee. Look, there's a Baron. Or is that the King Air? That's the King Air taking off. Okay, so we're going to fly at 15,000 feet. Climb at 180 knots. Good to go. Do I have something on? I do have semi-vert on. Oh, how did I get turned on? Planet Jojo. You know, speaking of car simulator videos, my brother has American Truck Simulator. I always wonder, why do you play that game? It's like people that play Euro Truck Simulator. Why do you want to come home from work and play a game that's based on work? You know? So we're just going to simply turn around and follow this King Air out. Yeah, it's better than Goat Simulator. I don't know, Goat Simulator is pretty fun. I think I have it for the Xbox One. You know what I ought to do? I ought to give away my Xbox One on one of my live streams. It's sitting here collecting dust. Actually, it's a monitor stand for my 24-inch monitor. So, yeah, I haven't played my Xbox One in like over 8 months. It just sits here. I'm watching an X-Plane video while riding a goat. Anyone know of a 787 in development for X-Plane? No, I don't really know. You'd have to ask Mo. Mo would be the person to ask about commercial airliners. Well, a lot of traffic here today in Sofia. There's a plane coming to land. There's two, looks like 737s getting ready to take off. And this King Air is in front of me, somewhere. Mo, didn't you get the study version of the A320? Let's not run over the King Air here. Oh, there's a Eclipse SF-50 just landed, so we're waiting on him to get out the way. And then these, looks like 737s will take off. Pretty crowded here in Sofia today. I wonder if I can turn this on and actually see. You have a video on that. I haven't watched that yet. Like I said, I haven't watched any YouTube videos since I got off work last night. I'm just so drained. So I'll have to watch that. Because you did a video on it. No, this isn't X-Life. This is just the basic AI for X-Plane. How do I have traffic? Turn AI traffic on. And don't use Pilot Edge or VATSIM because they'll kill it. So these things are taking their own sweet time taking off. So we might be sitting here for a while. And Ruben's right. You can see some weird things with the basic AI. I watched a Cessna 172 crash into the side of a mountain one time. That was funny. And it was on a live stream too. We were flying from Boulder, Colorado to Aspen. Which airport I'm at? I'm at in Sofia in Bulgaria. And we're flying to Pristina, which is in Kosovo. It's not going to be a long flight. It's going to be long because we have to sit here and wait for these airliners to take off. The American Airlines flying out of Sofia, really? Let's hit the brakes and we'll take a look outside the cockpit here. Plane. So I'm wondering why these guys are taking such a long time to take off. Oh yeah. So yeah, I was about to buy the orbit scenery for P3 and decided to buy X-Plane 11. Okay, it looks like they're getting ready to take off. Yep, finally they're moving. So I want to watch that King Air take off and get in the jet wash. I want to see what happens. It would be completely hilarious to watch that King Air just crash into the ground. Because I think there's a way you can see. Okay, so if I go in here and go, let's do this real quick. If I go in here and go to data output, there is a there it is, prop wash, jet wash. So let's turn that on in the cockpit and turn the frame rate section off, and we can see how much prop wash. So right now I'm getting 34 knots of prop wash from that King Air. I'm assuming it's from the King Air. It might be from the 737. So let's get up behind the King Air and see how much prop wash. See, well, I'm moving now, so let's get in behind this King Air and see how much prop wash we're getting from him. Okay, so he's sitting idle. Am I using a joystick? Yes, I'm using the HOTAS X Thrustmaster. Though I am getting the X52. I want to get in behind that 737 and see how much prop wash you get from him. Oh, I have my brakes on, don't I? So if you're looking up top left, it's showing the prop wash, prop wash / jet wash. So I'm sitting here getting 32 knots right now from the King Air. Is explaining Mirth the money, yo? Yes. I was going to tell you, I was going to spend $60 on Orbix, the Orbix North America scenery. Then I was going to pay $40 for the land class data. And I decided to buy X-Plane instead. So I kind of want to get in behind his King Air when he takes off to see how much prop wash he emits. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it in time. And it doesn't look like I'm getting any. So let's see. If I'm getting prop wash, it's not much. So let's look here. We have lights on. We have, well, let's turn these generators on. Left generator and bust high. We're going to climb an indicator speed mode 180 knots. Climb up to 15,000 feet. Probably won't get there. Everything looks good as long as we don't over rev the engines. Won't have an engine fire. Looks like the King Air is gone almost. Let's go ahead and take off. Hopefully we don't run the King Air over. All the flaps to take off real quick. And we're at 95 knots. We go ahead and take off. Oops. And gear coming up. Just looking over the nose to make sure I'm not going to run that King Air over. And we're above all obstacles, so we can go ahead and raise our flaps. Go ahead and engage the autopilot. So we're going to climb in indicator airspeed mode. We're going to set the nav. Okay, so we have an aircraft 1,000 feet above us currently, and it's probably that King Air. Let's look and see if we can see him. So I don't see that traffic. It's got to be over here to our right somewhere. I guess we'll know when we crash into him, huh? I think it's a problem with my throttle, my controller, because I don't use rudder pedals, because this has the integral, you can twist the controller to use your rudder. Okay, where is this plane at? I don't see an aircraft. You're lying to me. See, TCAS is telling me to descend, but I don't even see the aircraft at the same distance. It's below me now, 700 feet. Below me? How long will I stream? I'm going to stream until I get to Pristina, which is going to be in 30 minutes. So for 30 more minutes. Pristina looks like it's going to be a pretty cool airport to land in because it's got mountains on both sides. Which is why I'm flying to it. Like I said, hey, thanks for watching, Mo. I'm waiting for you to upload that video of the SR20. So I'll be streaming for another 30 minutes until I get to Pristina, and then that'll be it. Because that'll be 3 hours of streaming. And it's typically what I try to limit myself to. I have done 5-hour streams before, but
Fear of conflict.
do I stream tomorrow? Yes. I usually stream on Saturdays and Sundays, usually between 1 and 2. That's when I start my streams. Today I started at 1. So, if you subscribe and YouTube actually does its job and tells you that I'm starting to stream, then you'll get the information. Usually it doesn't. Go ahead and turn our strobe on. Let's go ahead and turn traffic on here. Let's actually turn traffic up here so it's easier to see. So aircraft negative. We have aircraft 2,700 feet below us. It's not going to be a factor. Are you asking if I'm streaming tomorrow, Epic? Yes. It'll be between 1 Eastern and 2 Eastern. I don't know what time that is where you live at. So. Probably turn the transponder to altitude, but it really doesn't matter. So I'll go ahead and get rid of this prop wash information here. Don't really need it. And get rid of that. You can see, if you've ever looked at these, you can see some cool information from here. It's for you to. So if I look at the who's Ruben? Ruben is R1 Aviation. So this is the current 3D flight model. So it's you're seeing lift on the wings, on all the control surfaces. If we stall the aircraft, it'll turn red. So sometimes I like looking at these. So there's another view of it. 3D flight model. Here's another way to see it. Yeah. I'm pretty sure you were the one he was talking to. R1 Aviation, Ruben. How did you write low res on your plane? You use the low res, use this low res livery. I usually fly that one. So low res is just one of the liveries. So we'll just go back to this version. There we go. So if you look back outside, Yeah, they give you a lot of libbies for the 550. They really do. So this is Pristina. This is what we're flying into. We're flying from Sofia, which is here. It's not a long flight. 16 minutes. That's what we're going to fly into. It looks like it might be a little cloudy over Kosovo. Entry only allowed for Rubens. I didn't know you were still on here, Kais. You're being awfully quiet. Who are we missing in the stream? We're missing James. We're missing Scott. We're missing Martin. Hey, Dev, what's up? Oh, you're flying X-Plane 2, Kais? I do that sometimes. I'll watch Mo's stream or Luna's stream on my left monitor, and I'll fly on my right monitor. Yep, Ruben R1 Aviation has some awesome videos too. He just doesn't live stream because he says his English sucks, but that's okay. We don't mind. Do you have the orthos for Florida, Kais? If you think that's funny, Monkey, you should see us all get on Luna's or Mo's stream. Because Mo Media, he was just in here, he streams. Luna's World, he'll be in here sometimes. He streams. Ranger 79, he streams. So all of us live stream, and we'll all get on each other's streams. So well, that's pretty. That gets to be pretty funny. We have like 3 or 4 live streamers in the comment section. How long till landing? If you look here on this, it'll tell you ETE till final, so we have 11 minutes. It's 61 miles. Yeah, most of the people you see, the regular people you watch, like the regular people that watch Mo Media, most of them will watch my streams. Most of the people that watch, you know, we all watch each other's streams, so you'll see us always on each other's streams. So A community made of Rubens. Can we land in dawn? Yeah. Yeah, we have a pretty close flight sim community. I can never get the Control K, Control L thing to work to change time, so. This is a multi-engine flight? Yes, it is. It's the Eclipse 550 NG. I like them too. Yeah, yeah, Ruben. The only way you're gonna get better at speaking English is to speak English, dude. No, I'm not a private pilot. What's the route? There's really no route. We're flying direct to Pristina in Kosovo. This is the third leg of our flight. We started in Bacău in northern Romania and flew to Bucharest, or just west of Bucharest. Then we picked up the Aerobasque Panthera. Well, we flew the first leg. We flew in the Epic E1000 turboprop. From Bucharest to Sofia, Bulgaria, we flew the Panthera, Pipserol Panthera. And now from Sofia to Pristina in Kosovo, we're flying the Aerobasque Eclipse 550. And we have about 8 minutes until we're there. And this will be the last leg. Yeah, Ruben, nobody's gonna give you a hard time. Yeah, I want to do Eastern Europe because nobody really does Eastern Europe. I've never flown there, so. But yeah, Ruben, I wouldn't worry about people giving you a hard time if your English isn't the greatest. So I'm gonna go ahead and begin my descent. I hope none of these mountains are higher than. Oh, look. We'll descend to 8,000. We'll descend in vertical speed mode, 1,500 feet a minute. Let's go back to autopilot here and set vertical speed. With parking position, I have no idea. I've never landed here before. There's no information on SkyVector for this airport other than that it has an 8,205 feet, 205-foot runway, or 2,500 meter runway. It's the only thing I can tell you. It does have an ATIS, supposedly, so let's tune that and see what that is. 132. 13200.
Pristina INTL information X-ray. 100 Zulu weather. Wind 290 at 26. Visibility more than 10. Sky clear. Temperature 15. Dew point -21. Altimeter 2994. Arriving runway 35. Departing runway 35. Advise on initial contact you have X-ray.
Okay, we have X-ray. So they're landing and arriving on runway 35. They really need to fix this. You see up there where it says window.
INTL information X-ray. 100 Zulu weather. Wind 290 at 25. Visibility more
You
than
see the
10.
wind? That's not the real wind at the
Sky
airfield.
clear.
That's the wind at the altitude
Temperature
I'm at right
15.
now, which is stupid.
Point
They need to
minus
fix that.
21. Altimeter 2994. Arriving runway
We'll switch
35.
that out. Do I fly on VetSim? Not really. I have it, but I don't really fly on it. Okay, so let's. So they want us to land on runway 35. What does it mean when I say I have X-ray? X-ray is that you have the weather, pretty much. The weather and any information, any special information. We have an aircraft 2,000 feet below us coming up.
Christina INTL
So once you have this information,
100
this
Zulu
weather information, you know that you
Wind
have
290
X-ray.
at 24.
That's
Visibility
so
more
when
than
you
10.
call it, if you were calling in, you would say something like, you can ask Dev because he probably knows better than I do. You say that you're inbound to land with X-ray. When you're inbound to land, you have the weather information. The same way when you take off too. Sometimes they'll say, advise initial that you have information X-ray, which means when your initial contact with ground to let them know that you've got the weather information. So, wow, we picked up some turbulence here, it seems. I hope it's a smooth landing too, because this isn't an ILS landing at runway 35. I mean, it's going to be a VOR approach.
Approaching altitude.
I'm surprised they didn't put us on the ILS approach. So this is what kind of worries me, flying close to these mountains in IMC conditions. But I do have the train feature turned on right now to watch it. And it is bumpy. We have some turbulence. Does X-Enviro affect FPS? Yeah, kinda, I guess. It's not really affecting me right now. So where are we flying to anyways? So I'm assuming that's the airfield we're going to. That should be Pristina. Flying real weather? Yes, this is real weather. actually trying to figure out what this autopilot's doing, since it's not flying us towards any waypoints. Oh, it's because the nav's turned off. How did that get turned off? We're actually about to stall too. So you see the angle of attack indicator. So the airfield's over there. I'm trying to figure out why the autopilot isn't flying us to it. And that's one of the problems now with this, is that you have to go up here and load this and fly direct to it. Now it's turning us. Yep. So now it's turning us, or it should be turning us towards the waypoint. And it is. So you have turbulence. I don't think you can really appreciate the turbulence unless you're sitting like one of the back seats. So let's sit back here and see if we can actually tell how turbulent it is. What do I keep my graphics settings on? You mean for the X-Plane graphics settings? I keep them on this. I never touch them. I just leave them right here at high, maximum, and then I don't see a difference between high SSAO. I see no difference between that and this. I mean, really, I don't. So I just keep it at high, and everything else I keep like it is. Anti-aliasing, I just don't see a point. Hey, Midas, how's it going, man? So you can watch our PFD and see how much turbulence there is. You really can't see it in the clouds. And then for X Enviro, I just keep them at maximum. I think I keep them all at maximum. Yeah, so I hit maximum here. This is in real mode. And this is pretty much full, except for I have post processing turned off. And then this is at maximum. I think you're right, Ruben. I think it's ambient sound volume, or scenery sound volume. It's causing the birds to chatter. What aircraft? This is the Aerobas Eclipse 550NG, and we're in the arrival for Pristina in Kosovo right now. And we are using real weather. We are using X Enviro. Yeah, I bet you I could go outside and hear birds right now. Not. think somebody told me on a stream the other day that they think the Rex 4 clouds are better than these clouds. I don't know. I think the Rex 4 clouds completely destroy your CPU. I mean, they have a huge effect on your CPU. And X-Enviro really doesn't. It doesn't have a high-pitched engine noise. So we're doing the VOR approach to runway, what is this, runway 35, I think? At Pristina. Kind of, that's Pristina right there. Kind of surprised they didn't put us on the ILS approach, but oh well. It's probably because of the winds. Well, now it's 23 knot winds right now. But I do have some turbulence. Yaw dampener. That's not going to stop it. You know, just because you said that, I'm going to take off in Orlando next, Kais, and see what it looks like. It looks like well, it was supposed to rain here all day long, and it rained this morning, and it hasn't rained since. So. So we have 5 minutes until we arrive. I guess we need to start thinking about slowing down. Probably descending also. We usually have a guy that's watching this from Dubai. I forgot what his name was though. You remember who it is, Ruben? Yeah, they have so many Freeware airports out there. I wouldn't consider buying an airport. Of course, then again, I said the same thing about X-Enviro, that I'd never buy X-Enviro, and look what happened. I bought X-Enviro for $70. $70. That's right. Okay, so let's slow down before we make this turn. 39 seconds until we get to this waypoint. I'm gonna use this left turn here to help slow us down. I don't know. I'm liking it. I'm liking X Enviro the more and more I use it and fly with it. But the thing is it? You're right. It's, do you like it enough to pay $70 for it? And I don't regret buying it. So. No, I'm not complaining. I'm glad I bought it. People ask me, is it worth it? And I'm just like, I don't know. It depends on if you think just clouds are worth $70. Yeah, as long as they keep doing free updates, yeah. But I enjoy it. But if you don't have the $70 to spend, there's all kinds of free add-ons that can give you almost the same experience. He's crying. Where the hell is this crazy thing taking me to now? Procedures. RAS. I did a video on ROS, the runway avoidance and advisory system. I used to use it, but it limits you to the aircraft that you can use it on. Like you can only use it on the airliners. But you can adjust the weight and the settings to actually use it like on a Cessna. But yes, I've used it. I've done a couple videos on it too.
Autopilot disconnect.
And autopilot disconnected because we get too close to
Autopilot disconnect.
Why are you disconnecting the autopilot? Okay, let's just wing this. We're going to just fly without the autopilot because it's just being stupid right now. Hopefully you don't run into the side of a mountain. Yep, you can use it on a Cessna if you lower the weight. Whoa. Let's have a turn right there. Nah, you can adjust the weight in the settings. If you go into the settings folder for the RAS system, you can most certainly change it. There's the runway. There's the airport. Oops, we're diving. So I'm watching the chat and trying to fly at the same time, so. Yeah, no problem, Kais. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and land on runway 17 anyways. So I have the autopilot off, the flight director off. Let's turn all this stuff off. Because the damn plane still just wants to climb. don't know if that's because of the wind or what. And it's only a 15 knot wind. So if you watch this, what is the trim set to? Is there a trim thing on here showing you what the trim is set to? Alright, so the elevator trim is set all the way up. If you look down, so I've got to lower the trim. That's why I keep... Oh, I get that all the time, Midas. So I'm currently dropping the trim with the trim is assigned to my throttle. The autopilot set the trim all the way up, which is why I was stalling. So you gotta watch that too. So we're down at 160. We can go ahead and lower one notch of flaps. We can go ahead and lower the gear. Any good SimBrief is another one. That's what I use sometimes. Everybody told me to use SimBrief and not the online flight planner, so that's what I use now. You know what I might do after this? I'll take off Kais. I'll take off from Orlando. I have no idea what the VREF speed. I think it's like 110. What I'll do, Kais, is I'll take off from Orlando in the Cessna 172, and we'll make the RNAV plus LPV approach into Daytona. How about that? That's what we'll do. I love doing the LPV approaches.
1000.
Yeah, it's a bit low. I'll capture the glide slip in a minute. Well, I should.
$500.
It's really turbulent. I can tell you that much.
300.
Oh, I'd be so mad.
200.
Oh, this is the time I wish I had rudder pedals, because twisting the joystick and trying to crab it in just isn't working for me. This turbulence just
100.
sucks.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Now we got this. We're down. There we go. Not on center line, but she's down. We'll have to watch that replay. That was kind of dicey. Let's watch that replay. Yeah, so that was a rough. That was probably the roughest landing I've done on X-Plane 11. I've had some doozies on X-Plane 10, but and that turbulence coming in landing was crazy. And with the wind, yeah, for real. Well, we did what we're supposed to do. We got that right wheel down first, because that's the wheel that was facing the crosswind. So we got that wheel down first and landed. So we did good. Okay, so now we're gonna go visit Kais in Orlando, and we're gonna take the Cessna up to Daytona Beach and do the RNAV plus LPV approach, which is basically the same thing as an ILS approach, except for you just using the GPS and not an actual radio. So let's go to Orlando. Where are you taking off from? Are you taking off from Orlando International, or which one? Are you taking off? We'll do. I'm just going to take off for Sanford, because I don't want to take off from the big. Oh wow, it's stormy there. Well, that's stormy in freaking Orlando, isn't it? That's going to be cool. So we're going to take the Cessna, because Kais lives in Orlando. He said the weather looks bad out there too, so we'll take the Cessna from there and do the LPV approach into Daytona. Which is only like, what? It's only 60 miles, right? From Daytona to Orlando? Something like that? 60 or 80 miles? Yeah, I couldn't live in Orlando. I have family that lives in New Smyrna Beach and Pearson, and then right across from and Holly Hill, which is right across the river from Daytona. It's a little area called Holly Hill. Family lived there too, in Florida. Florida. So watch, now we're just gonna have insane frame rates on the. So now we have like 46 frames per second, 45 frames a second. Let's get some. It's raining. Sweet. Beacon on. Let's get some alternator on, so we have some cabin lights here. Fuel pump's going to come on, and we're going to throw mixture full rich, advance the throttle until we have some fuel flow. We have fuel flow. Pull the throttle back out, turn the fuel pump off, and beacons on, clear prop, and start the engine. I still love this little plane. I love this Cessna. It's so fun to fly. Slower than hell, but it's fun to fly still. So nav, strobe, taxi lights. We'll throw the landing lights on as well. Why is it so dark? It's because it's 5:30 in the morning. We need to set it back to real time. So let's go back to customize and then track real time. Do that. Apply changes. There we go. And we don't need the landing lights now. Okay, where the hell am I taking off from? Okay, I'm already on the runway. That's sweet. Okay. So we're going to fly to KDAB. Set this up real quick first. So let's go direct to... No, we need to go in the flight plan. Wow, I still have this loaded in my flight plan. Weird. Okay, so let's clear the flight plan. Actually, let's hit this first. Clear. Enter, yes. I think it's KDBA though. K. KDBA? No, it's KDAB. My fault. There you go. So we're gonna fly direct to KDAB. And why does it say KRMN? Okay, let's go back in the flight plan. Yep, flight plan. We need to delete this. So clear. Enter. Close the flight plan. Clear procedures. There. There we go. Okay, now we can take off. So we have line lights off, taxi lights on, nav lights on, strobe lights are on, avionics are on. We'll go ahead and set this to altitude, squawk 1200. Even though that's VFR, we're not flying a VFR. We have both the magnetos on. We're not going to need flaps. Mixture's full rich, let's go. Brakes are off. So I like this, I don't know about you guys, but I like to sit a little, oh, hold on a second. We are in the wrong livery. We need to change this livery. I don't ever fly this white one. Oh, well, it's red now. Apply changes. Is it red? Really? No. Why am I flying a white one? You lie. I wonder why it's not giving my red Cessna. Oh well. Yeah, United, they put the fear back into flying. Okay, for some reason that's not giving me my red Cessna, the old style Cessna. Oh well. Whoa! What is that? What was that? Okay, let's start this over and see what happened. That's crazy. I'll go to throttle up and the aircraft just jerks to the left and takes off. That's weird. So let's restart that. So now we're just a smoking heap for some reason. So I don't know what happened there. Well, let's not do it again. Russian planes use vodka. Okay, the abbreviated master on, like that. We have fuel flow, that. Beacon on, start the engine. Avionics on, we're still flying Daytona Beach. Flex lights on, nav lights on, strobe lights on. And let's try this again. I don't know what happened last time. That was crazy. I probably should have looked at the wind speed, because that's probably what it is. Let's try this again. I think Kais set me up. They probably got like a 40-knot wind or something like that. And look at the weather. Okay, there we go, we're up. Is that an SR-71? That is an SR-71 taking off from Orlando Executive Airport. Check it out. What is he doing here? He's not going to be able to take off from this runway. I kind of want to sit around and watch him try. Okay, so let's go ahead and engage the autopilot. We'll set nav. Set CDI to GPS. Oh, and let's not crash. I almost forgot how to fly this damn thing. We'll go take that up to 500 here. And now I kind of want to look at and see what that damn wind was. You're right, I think it was KSFB. Let's look. It said the winds were at 270 at 14 knots. So no problem, Ruben. As I figure out why the hell this thing isn't flying where I want it to. Direct to enter. Yes, fly direct to Daytona Beach. And why aren't you turning? Everything's set to GPS. Autopilot is on. What is up? Direct to Daytona Beach. That's why I want to fly. Okay, this thing's being a pain in the neck as well. What's up with the stock aircraft and not wanting to... Fix all systems. Done. Apply changes. Direct to enter. Trying to figure out why the GPS isn't working. We'll fly the heading bug. This is the ETE's like 1600. That's crazy. Can you fly the heading? That's fly nav. Okay, now. Nope, nope. I don't fly commercial airliners. I need to put that on my stream. Check your direct flight button. I did. It says Daytona Beach International Airport. Did they change something? Direct to menu, clear. Direct to Daytona Beach. Why does it say it's 4,932 miles away? Now we'll fly the heading bug. That's weird. I'm in Orlando. Well, let's see. Yeah, I'm in Orlando. There's the SR-71. It actually made it off the ground, which is surprising. Yeah, I'm trying to go to Daytona, but the damn... thing is just not working right. Let's see if we can get this to work. Let's see if we can use the old, trusted, true GTN 430 to work. GTS. We can hold it at altitude level right there. Okay, so that's not working either. So what is up with the... Yeah, the GTN, the 430 won't work either. So what's up with that? Well, that sucks. It It just wants to fly south for some reason. So anyways, we'll just turn the autopilot off and fly that direction anyways. Or we'll just let it fly the heading mode. Failures are turned on, but I cleared all failures. I went in here and edited failures, and I fixed all systems. So there shouldn't be anything wrong with it. I don't know. Yeah, that's exactly what it wants to do. It wants me to fly to Cuba, doesn't it? It's not always sunny in Florida. They usually have thunderstorms every single day. At least most of the times I'm there. Let's try this. Let's go into flight plan, select it, and clear it. Clear it, yes. Flight plan. And see, it's still stuck on ETE, even though we don't have anything in there. It's still stuck on 16. That's weird. That's weird. So I've hit direct to and hit activate. It takes me right into the flight plan. It's crazy. Just showing in the information. Let me look on here and see if it range out. So okay, where's DGAA? So 500 nautical miles, there's DGAA. What the hell is DGAA? So DGAA is an airport on the west coast of Africa. So that's only 500 nautical miles away. So yeah, there's something screwed up with this thing. So something's definitely screwed up with this aircraft. So let's just take the E1000. Because the only bad thing is with the we can only do LPV landings and approaches with the stock aircraft because none of the add-on aircraft have that capability. That's the only thing that's annoying. So we'll take the E1000. Yeah, I don't know. Something happened. I don't think you can align the GPSs in the GA aircraft. I don't think you can GPS align the GPSs in the airliners. So let's see what the E1000 says. See where the E1000 says we're at. Let's let the weather load.
Autopilot disconnect.
Okay, so yeah, I've got the right location here on the E1000. Maybe it's just, I don't know. No clue. Let's go ahead and start this thing up. So this is the E1000. It's the turboprop the Aerobass makes. We don't need to check the engine. It's just that we're at ground idle.
Check engine.
So
Check engine.
we're going to turn all this stuff on, turn cabin pressure on. Our fuel select on. Turn the igniter off now.
Check engine.
Turn the lights on. Weather. TCAS is on.
Check engine.
And now we take off.
Check engine.
It's like that because we're at ground idle and we're at low RPM. So that's why it's like that. So now we're going to fly direct to Daytona Beach. The E1000, it won't take us long to get there in this.
Check engine.
Okay, we're lined up.
Check engine.
Condition full.
Check engine.
Oh, that's a crazy wind.
Climb.
Yeah, I'm climbing.
Gear up.
Climb. Climb.
We're climbing. Alright, so we're going to climb up to about 5,000 feet. And turn the autopilot on.
Engage.
Climate indicator speed mode. Flight plan. AB. Enter.
Clear of
Direct to
conflict.
white point. And then nav. Yeah, it's same avionics as, well, not this. Same avionics as the Epic Victory, pretty much.
Approaching altitude.
It says slowed in arrival. We are going to arrive on ILS 25 right, no star. We'll use the Orman approach. Now we need to go in here and hit direct to Orman. And there we go. So you have to watch his speed on this thing, because this thing is pretty fast. I think in the Cessna we were stuck in the Bermuda Triangle or something like that, because it was saying we were 500 miles from the west coast of Africa and we were in Orlando. I think it's Kais's fault. So we're currently flying in. And we need to back up the throttle, so we're about to hit 280 knots. This thing. Do I do videos on jets? No, I don't really fly commercial airliners. If you, people like Mo Media, he'll fly commercial airliners. I think Ranger 79, he'll fly commercial airliners, and Luna also flies commercial airliners. But I typically stay to the general aviation stuff. Next Friday, I'm gonna go out on a limb and just go ahead and get the. Get the Hawker 4000. So. Guys, I've got prepared 3D version 3. Who doesn't? I have it also. I just don't like it. I think it's garbage. It's a glorified version of Flight Simulator 10. Which is also garbage. So we're going to fly direct to the Orman VOR. We got 3 fixes, and then we'll land at Daytona Beach on 25 right. Show information. Runways. Right. Set nav 1 active. It's OBS. What I think of Microsoft Flight Simulator 10? It was okay when it first came out, but I think it's trash now. Prepare 3D isn't that good either, because they're saying that Prepare 3D version 4 is going to be 64-bit. It's about time. I mean, it's only been, what? When did Prepare 3D come out? And it's still been 32-bit. Dude, Kais, we can't see anything, man. I can see the ground a little bit. Yeah, X-Plane 11 looks better in Prepared 3D, too. Looks like we're out of the rain. And looks like we're back in the rain. So I might get Prepared 3D version 4 if it's a lot different than Prepared 3D version 3. But I can guarantee that it's not going to be it's not going to look as good as X-Plane 11. It's still going to use that crappy scenery. Okay, so we're going to make this turn at Orman. We have 3 fixes to go to, and then we'll land at Daytona Beach. And I do have approach plates for this because we're flying in the United States. Imagine that. That's right, monkey. So we're landing on 25 right. So this is the ILS approach for 25 right. And we're at Orman. Going over to Rennie. Not yet though, we're going to Crookno right now, which is right here. So the minimum approach is 234 feet. So let's go ahead and set this into here. Minimum decision altitude is 234. We're going to go ahead and set our, go to tools and set our barometric pressure back to inches. Let's go ahead and tune to their ATIS, show information, comms, ATIS.
Daytona Beach INTL information India.
2980.
2000 Zulu weather. Wind 210 at 23, visibility 7. Sky clear, temperature
Sky
20,
clear? Really?
Dew point 0.
It doesn't look clear.
Altimeter 2980. Arriving runway 16, departing runway 16. Advise on initial contact, you have India.
Okay, so we have India. You have to flip that back. So pretty much set up to take to go ahead and make this landing, this ILS approach into Daytona. Did it say what runway they're running on?
Daytona Beach INTL
16.
information.
Oh well. We're landing on 35.
Approaching waypoint.
So Kenny, we need to be down at 2,700 feet, which is Rennie.
Daytona Beach
No, it's
Night?
not. No, it's not. Be quiet. So we need to be down at 2,700 feet for Renee. So let's go ahead and descend. 2,700. So this is vertical speed mode. So we need to be at 2,700 feet for Rene. At Dyack, we need to be at 1,600 feet. And by then we should have picked up the localizer.
Approaching waypoint.
So when ATIS means I have India, that's just, it's different for whatever airport. Yeah, it's that I have the weather and any special information. Like it gave me the weather, it gave me the
Approaching altitude.
what runway they're operating on. So it's not only weather, it's weather then special operational information. But we're not landing on 25, right? We're not landing on 17. We're gonna land on 25, right? So we're out over the Atlantic Ocean right now. And we're at 2,700 feet. At Dyack, we need to be down at 1,600 feet. So let's go ahead and descend 1,600.
Approaching altitude.
I'm going to go ahead and start slowing this beast down. So I'm going to try to get this thing to pull a fully coupled approach. I'm not promising anything. I've never done the fully coupled approach in this one. I've done in others.
Waypoint.
Hola.
Fuel tank switched.
So at Banner, which is not on here, we need to be at 1040. So let's go ahead and descend to 1040. And vertical speed. Alright, so let's capture the glide slope. See if we can hit the approach. This thing's still coming in way fast. So let's lower the gear.
Flaps over speed.
Flaps are oversped, but oh well. She wasn't slowing down.
Gear down.
Gear down. That'll drop our speed. They always say don't use your flaps as speed brakes, but
Approaching waypoint. 1000.
okay, so once you're not approaching.
Autopilot disconnect.
There's the runway. Look, the lights just went out. What's up with that? Did it lose power?
500. 400.
I got gear down, flaps down.
Approaching minimums. 300. 200.
'Lights are back on.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Oh. There we go. And guess what? It was raining in Orlando when we left, and it's raining in Daytona when we get there. So. Alright, you guys, I want to thank you very much for watching the live stream. And I said it was going to be 2 hours. Then I said it was only going to be 3 hours, and it's ended up being 4 hours. So I'd like to thank you guys for watching, and be back here tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and we will stream again. And I'll see y'all tomorrow.